afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So, today we will be playing more Nina Aquila Legal Eagle Chapter 4 Sacred Feathers. Last time, while invited to view a shoot for Valkyrie Sacred Feathers, a magical girl show, we witnessed what may or may not be a murder. Someone, it seems, got obliterated by a fireball. And we've been asked to take the case and defend the magical girl that may or may not be responsible. Last time we investigated the studio, and I believe we are supposed to now head to the hospital to go and see the person who got injured but not killed in the fire blast. I think that about covers it. Hello Nick, hello Drag. How are you doing? Wednesday, March 4th, 5:42 PM, Pledge City, Day 1. So, where are we going? Based on what Chad said, we should just need to head here. Let's go. Trying to reverse engineer something, huh, Drag? Well, I hope it goes well. Ooh. What the? Ah! Oh, bikers. Dylan, why are you hiding in the woods? Yeah. What's up? What just happened? I just saw the Northern Bikers descend on where they're building that music festival. How many of them? All of them. Ain't that something? You didn't see them? My bootlaces were untied. Just wanted to sort them out. I'm sure. I hate to interrupt, but you want to talk to Maxie, right? I'm sure visiting hours at the hospital didn't go on all evening. He's right. Let's get back to business. So this should be the hospital. Wednesday, March 4th, 7:04 PM, Pledge City Hospital, Day 1. I want to go talk to the people in the waiting room. Her expression looks kinda intense. It's probably best not to bother them. But I want to bother them. Vending machine. A vending machine does not appear to sell cans of raised lentless. A locker. I'm guessing cleaning supplies. I don't need to pee. I don't need to pee. And besides, this is the men's. Health information, reminding people to get tested for various things. Okay, no bothering the people in the waiting room, I got it. Hello, do you have an appointment? No. I'm here to see someone. Maxie LaRue. Family? No. Caregiver? No, Partner? No! I'm sorry, but visiting hours are almost over, so unless you're family, you'll need to present a very good reason to be allowed onto the ward. Present a good reason, huh? No, wait, how do I present again? There we go. We just need to go in. An ID card. Ms. Aquila. Detective Flatfoot. Have you finished talking to Maxie? Maxie? From the studio incident? That's right. Sorry. Sorry, no. I'm here for personal reasons. Awkward. You're having some kind of problem. She's here to visit someone, but she's not family and doesn't have an appointment. She's a defense attorney, Francine. She's registered with the city. I can vouch for her. Just hold it a sec. Be aware that Fledge City PD is on the hook for that. Strictly speaking, my status allows me to make reasonable avenues of inquiry about my case. I don't need his permission, or yours. All the same, take all the time you need. Good. Still, something's clearly bothering him. Well, no time for that now. Maybe I could ask someone who knows him personally. Maxie LaRue is in a room behind me. It's through the doors and on the left. Understood. Okay. Through the doors. Ooh, there's someone here. No, there isn't. That's a chair. I'm just blind. Even so. Nope, apparently there's nothing to examine back here. Yeah. Beds in the corridors. Yep. Looks like the only person in the hospital is Maxie. Hi, Maxie. Oh, Moon Princess. Sorry if I don't get up. Are you in pain? I was. I can get you a soda or something if it'll help. I'm guessing it's not that small drag. It looks like there's more hospital this way. We just can't see it. No need, child. With the pills they gave me and the ointments they used, Well, it's not exactly a spa day. But I'll pull through. Not sure how this is gonna go down. Maxie might hold Milia responsible for her injuries. Probably best just to tear off the band-aid. Maxie, we spoke briefly before, but I'm Nina Aquila, and this is my assistant Dylan Merlo. Hey. I've been hired by Hank and Mr. Lucas to defend Milia Norden in court. You're Milia's attorney. That's right. In that case, Ms. Aquila, please, promise me you can help that poor girl. You mean Milia? Who else would I mean? Guess there was no need to be worried. Sorry, I just didn't know prior to just now how you would feel about the incident. Milia Norden is an angel. Straight up. I've been from one end of this industry to the other and worked with all sorts of people. She's my darling, my star. You say that almost like she's your daughter. Do I? I suppose it's only fair. That child never really had a mother. Join the club. Maxie, if I may, if you want to help Milia, I have some questions I need to ask you. I'll help in any way I can. Alright, the incident. Can you tell me what happened from your perspective? Did anything unusual happen during the morning before filming? During the morning? No. Honestly, it was pretty ordinary. Then, what about the incident itself? Everyone took their places as the camera started to roll. As a makeup artist, I usually only have to get involved during actual filming if there's a problem. Like someone's makeup runs or smudges. So I took a place off camera to the right of the soundstage to watch the filming of the first scene. And then what happened? They called action. Then Milia and Janice started to do their thing. But to my surprise, Milia talked as if her character was going to transform, like for a costume change. It was a bright light. It was dazzling. My vision was filled with a mess of blue and purple splodges. Next thing, I felt a burning, searing pain like I'd fallen on a barbecue. Do you know how that feels? It only lasted a moment, though. I guess I must have passed out. When I woke up, I was here. So you didn't see the exact moment that you were injured? No. It was some sort of fire, though. The doctors said my burns are legit like what they normally see when someone's pulled from a burning building. I hope it hasn't been too traumatic. It could have been worse. The burns are superficial in depth terms. They'll heal with little scarring. The problem is just the scale of the burns. They cover so much of my body. Gained item, Maxie's injury. People at the studio had a lot to say about Milia and Janice. Gossip. In my business, Maxie, gossip can be a problem. Do you know if they were having arguments? Maxie? Please, if you know anything. Arguments is one way to put it. That being said... Yes? Okay, there was... maybe... I got some kind of vibe. Some sort of tension. Do you know what about? Truly, I don't think there's anything to relate. All married couples have tiffs and little spats. I don't personally think there was any rift between them. Certainly not of the sort that would cause Milia to hurt him. Maxie, I need to ask you an uncomfortable question. Shoot. In cases of matricide, or cases of uxoricide, I think. I don't know what that one is. Matricide is killing your mother, right? I think. No, I've read that wrong. That's mariticide, which I guess is killing your partner. That is to say, murder of husband or wife. Okay. Thank you, Nina. Yes. There are things people can do that can give people no recourse but to respond. Those things leave injuries. The sort that a makeup artist might be asked to cover up. Oh, we're asking, was Milia being abused? Janice never raised a hand to Milia. You earnestly believe so? Child, I have seen... Okay, you've been professional, so let me be equally frank. I've applied makeup at some point to practically every inch of Milia. The crew can pay me for things like haircuts and other bits of cosmetic work. And I also do waxing. No part of that girl's body is a mystery to me. I know abuse can take many different forms, but if they were having those kinds of problems, they left 0 bruises or marks. Gained item, Milia's lack of injuries. Those two kids loved each other, more fiercely than anyone I've ever known. I'm sorry I had to question that. You're just doing your job. And opinion on the studio. How do you characterize working at the studio? Bit chaotic, right? Yeah, what's with that? It's a cultural thing. We kind of thrive from it. All of us are like one big dysfunctional family. Here, take a look at this. The crew? Looks like they're out in the snow. That was at Christmas, just over a year ago. Hank and his flirty dozen. Why were you all called that? Beats me. Pretty sure Hank came up with it. Where are you? Behind the camera. I took that picture. Gained item. Photo. Christmas party. I love my job, and I love the studio. If the others seem to be struggling to process all this, that's the reason why. It's just so hard for us to conceive that any of this happened. Miss Aquila? Yes? You seem to have the best interests of Millia at heart. So, I want to trust you with something that I didn't tell that lawyer from earlier. Chad. Maxie, sorry, but if you withheld information about the incident, I would never. That Chad guy, he's very direct. He asked me specific questions, and I gave him specific answers. When I tried to tell him this stuff, he said he had everything he needed about before the incident. That sounds unusually slapdash for Chad. There's gotta be more to that. The night before the incident, I saw Millia. Don't you see her most days? Not like this. I was in my salon. It was very late. I was finishing up some last little bits of work at around 10:30 p.m. I remember that rain was beating off the window. It was coming down in sheets. Then I looked up, and through the window I saw Millia in the trailer yard. But the strange part, she was wearing her full magical girl costume. And I could swear, you're gonna think I'm crazy. You'd be surprised what it takes for me to think something's crazy. I could swear there was a monster out there with her. A monster? It was only a shape, really. Like a silhouette. What did you do? I was about to open the window and call out to her, but then there was a blinding flash. I had to blink to get my sight back, and in that instant, it looked like Millia was gone. Gained item, mysterious flash. I was worried something had happened to her, so I went to check. I walked out of my salon, through the soundstage, and briefly went outside into the trailer yard. But when I went out, all I heard was Millia and Janice in his trailer talking in raised voices. You didn't investigate further? It was late, and had been busy. I figured I was just hallucinating. I was pretty tired, after all. Seeing Millia outside, though, with a monster? Sounds like it would have been a pretty vivid dream. And that job involves a lot of, well, thinking about monsters and magical girls. I came back through the soundstage. Thought I heard something as I walked through and paused to look about. But it was dark, and the rain makes such a loud noise on that soundstage's tin roof. So I headed home. Isn't it a bad thing for production-wise if the rain makes that much noise on the roof of the soundstage? I mean, I guess maybe they just don't film if it's raining. Or maybe they've got really good filters to get that out of the way. Why didn't you mention this before? Because the bright flash I saw? It looked like our soundstage camera tricks. It looked like magic. Gained item. Magic. Yeah, unless the outside rain is part of the production, that's true. If you want that kind of noise, it's probably a great way to get it. Another lawyer. He only asked about the incident, not really much else. The whole thing sounds kind of weird. You're new to this show business. Does it show? Actors are unusual people, more so than many other lines of work. A bit of eccentricity comes with the job. But Milia? What about her? Over the years with Milia, I've seen things. Things I can't easily explain. Comings and goings late at night and all sorts. Oh, that's me. Nina, are you there? Hey, Hank, I'm at the hospital with Maxie. I need you to get down to my office right away. Really? Because... Please, hurry up and get down here. Hank? That's our cue. Miss Aquila, please help Mila. Sorry, it's Mila, isn't it? Not Milia. Why have I been saying Milia all the time? I can't imagine how she is right now, locked up in a cell. We'll do what we can. Right, so I want to look at the evidence we just got first. We've gained... magic. Maxie thought she saw someone use magical abilities outside her window. Maxie has significant burn injuries. Milia's body showed no evidence of physical fights or abuse from Janice. And there was a blinding flash from outside of Maxie's window. And the photo of the Christmas party with Maxie behind the camera. Those are all of the new things we've got. Alright, and we need to get back... That? Why is this on fire? Sorry, ma'am, but I'm afraid you can't go any further. Fire's nearly under control, but there's a risk of secondary blazes. Looks like there's been another explosion. Yeah, it's not easy to travel places right now with all the cranes and explosions, huh? Right, to the office. It looks like there's a Valkyrie in the office. Nina, Dylan. He looks worried. We came as fast as we could. What's happened? You're gonna want to sit down. Okay. What's wrong, Hank? I'm assuming that this is Milia's VFX control device. That's right. This is Milia's costume on a mannequin. It was taken from her trailer after the incident. And I guess I was hoping, when we checked, that the device wouldn't be there. Would have made things simpler. But it was inside her glove. Cat Wheel told us that's where it's normally kept. So this doesn't change anything. I'm sensing this isn't why you asked us to run down here. You're perceptive. Comes with the job. The reason I asked you to come down is actually far, far worse. Go on. After you left, the police managed to get some footage of the incident. But Jack Cable said, no, not of the incident. Our security tapes for the past week. Everything you needed, huh, Chad? You're talking about the night before the incident. How do you know that? Maxie said some troubling things. Troubling, huh? Then come look at this. Our CCTV footage is only monochrome and very low resolution. Being an older tape-based kind, it only takes one frame every 15 seconds. That way you only need to change the tape around once a week. Not exactly state-of-the-art. Yeah, it's on the list of stuff to get fixed. Just show me. That's the soundstage, but where's the place on the left? Looks like maybe it's a changing room or something? That's the weapons locker. Oh, it's where the explosives are. You can see the ammo packs lined up on the tables. Amazing production quality, not very good security. Why does that sound like any detective game we've played? Well, yeah, I mean, where would be the fun if the security was perfect? we wouldn't need detectives if we had perfect security cameras. When are we looking at? Just before 10:30 p.m. That matches with what Maxie said. It's the next part. Oh. Is that Milia? I refuse to believe that. Hank, she's right there in full costume. Ah, but I think it's important to note that this is monochrome and therefore it could be the other Valkyrie, right? She's holding something. Lotta said the police already did an analysis. She's holding a trash bag. And a set of keys. Keys for the weapons locker. Hank, work with me here. Fine. Yes, they do appear to be keys for the weapons locker. You can kind of tell from the way she's holding them that she used them to get inside. She's walking over to that ammo pack. And she's just taking it? And she's gone. I wonder what was in the trash bag. Could have even been empty. Pretty sure it wasn't. Oh yeah? She's carrying a sensitive piece of equipment out into the rain. Is she using it to cover the ammo pack? Dylan's right. She was just carrying it. Seems quiet. Yeah, it's a shame we just get no signal from the camera in the trailer yard. Things are quiet for about 10 minutes and then... There's Milia. Full costume with the ammo pack. What's she doing? Hello, Baron. Welcome to the stream. Surely she's not. Oh, come on! She's loading the Pyron 9000? I still can't believe it. She suddenly turned around. It's a shame it's so low res, or we might have a better idea what's going on. You can't even make out her facial expression. Body language, though. She looks as though something spooked her. And I think I know what it was. There it is. Maxie. You can just see that Milia took cover behind some boxes. Maxie went outside. And when she came back, she said that she thought she wasn't alone inside the soundstage area. Also, Maxie said to us that when she was out there in the trailer yard, she heard Milia and Janice arguing. So that more reinforces my theory that that's not Milia on the security tapes. She had no idea. She has no idea just how right she was. Seems after Maxie left, Milia darted for the exit. Can I take a copy of this? Go ahead. Gained item, CCTV, the night before. I just can't. Ugh. I just can't believe it. I mean, how? What? It's not over yet, Hank. Nina, come on, man. There's optimism and then there's foolishness. We maintain faith in our client, Dylan. I know that. But at what point does defense switch from flat-out denial to damage control? How can we go to court tomorrow and suggest Nina plead not guilty after seeing this? We'll talk to Milia before things start tomorrow and see if we can straighten this all out. And if she says she doesn't know about any of this, then we stand for her in court. Seriously? How can you do that? We do it because that's our job. Hank, it's been a long day. You should try to get some sleep. I'll try. Proceedings start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Let's meet at the defendant lounge at the courthouse at 8:30. Maybe Milia can give us some answers. Though it'd be refreshing to have an answer that doesn't lead to a bigger question. Got it. See you in the morning. Let's head back to the office. Back to the office. Back to the office. Out of the studio. Back this way. Obviously not through that fire, so this way. Oop. Oop. Hey, Nina. Yeah? You mind if I crash here tonight? You're not going to see Atalanta? Too late for that. Thought maybe I'd see her after court tomorrow. The couch is free. Great. I'm gonna use the TV for a bit first. Knock yourself out. I'm gonna get ready for bed. Dylan Merlot has left your party. I could take a shower. Or just grab my night clothes from the lockers in the bathroom. I think if we've got time to take a shower, we should go take a shower. We got caught in the morning. Oh, we have a CG for that now. Hello, shower scene CG. Police remain baffled about the cause of the recent raft of... Sounds like Dylan's watching the TV. Is that the news? Yeah, wanted to see what was going on. As 2 more explosions have occurred in the past 24 hours, people are turning to the mayor's office for some kind of... Nina. Each explosion followed by electrical disturbances that have affected nearby buildings and vehicles. Yeah? Do you seriously believe that Milia is innocent? We act as zealous advocate for our client, Dylan. If she says she's innocent. That's the political answer. I mean, like, for reals. From several witnesses in the area, stating that northern bikers have been in the area of several... Dunno. From an outside point of view, all evidence suggests that on the night before the incident, Milia left her trailer in costume, stole an ammo pack, fully loaded a dangerous machine, knowing that she had the means to activate it the following day. Attained footage taken from an English tourist during the time just before and leading up to one of the explosions. Sounds like she spent the night with him, though. They were husband and wife. But when she was gonna blow him away the next day? Yet another thing that doesn't quite make sense about all this. Do I know the difference between a defense attorney and a barrister? No. I probably should, given that I had housemates at uni who were studying law, but no, I don't. I'm gonna head to sleep. We've got a big day tomorrow. Later. Before we play the footage, please be advised that some of these images are disturbing. Nina, breathe. Count to 10. Dylan, can you turn off? How does he just fall asleep like that? Even hearing that on TV. Why does it get to me so much? Oh, you've been watching Wizard Barristers. I remember I watched that. That was... How long ago did that come out? Oop, we've completed day 1. This is the end of the day. It's recommended that you save your game to a new file before you continue. Sure. Said that she saw you outside in the rain. Sounds like Hank's already here. In full regalia. But that's absolutely impossible. Regalia? Thursday, March 5th, 8:32 a.m. Pledge City Courthouse, Defendant Lobby B. Day 2. Hank, Milia? Nina! Is it time? No, not yet. You've got a few minutes. What were the two of you talking about? Oh, just... We were prepping for the trial. Really? Milia? Yes? Maxie said that on the night of the incident she saw you outside in the courtyard in the rain. But... And Hank showed me the CCTV footage from the studio camera system. But it shows you getting an ammo pack, putting it in the Pyron. That's impossible! There's a video of you doing it. No, there's a video of someone in her costume doing it, Nina. The resolution isn't good enough to know for certain it's her, right? I spent all night with Janice. You did nothing else? Spoke to no one else? Nina, if she says she didn't do it, then she didn't do it. Hank. If Milia says she didn't leave Janice's trailer all night, then as her attorney, I'll hold that line in court today. But it means her only alibi is the one person who can't testify. Because he was burnt to smithereens. Nina, I'm sorry. It's just... I was with Janice all night. I don't remember leaving or doing any of those things. You're aware that's going to be difficult for the court to accept. I don't know what else to say. She just seems so genuine. Then again, she's an actress. Hey, Nina. They're ready for us in courtroom B. The bailiffs are out there familiar. Thanks, Dylan. I'll be out in a sec. See you at the bench. Got it. Milia, go with them. We'll see you again soon. Okay. She seems nervous. Hank? Yeah? I didn't want to upset Milia just before she goes to take the stand. I may only have one eye, but sometimes that gives me the clarity to see through things. And I don't like secrets. What are you... Are you calling me a liar? No. But if there's anything you haven't shared with me, no matter how minor, now's the time. This case means so much to me, to the team, to our business, and to Milia. I've given you everything I can. Aren't you supposed to be some kind of legal eagle? That achievement noise was an achievement called Someone Said It. As in, legal eagle. Just do your job. So much for candor. Thursday, March 5th, 8:57 a.m. Pledge City Courthouse, Courtroom B, Day 2. I'm gonna go on the wrong side. I'm gonna go on the wrong side. Is there a... Does standing here make me feel more Chad-like? Somehow, I don't think so. Yeah, I remembered that there was something for going there. I'm pretty sure in the previous games there was something for going up here too. I could get used to this. Wait, is that a cup holder? Hey, you! Vacate the judge's bench! Sorry. Where else can I sit? Is there anywhere else I can sit and get some lines? Can I go sit in the jury bench? Doesn't look like I can go there. I could go in the witness box. In the audience? Nope, can't talk to them either. Alright. Let me in, Dylan. Let's get to it. Got it. Did you talk to Milia? Uh-huh. And Hank? Uh-huh. Any helpful revelations? Nuh-uh. Aquila, Merlo. I trust you came prepared. I always do my homework, Chad. Then perhaps it's time for me to take you to school. All rise for the Honourable Judge Tawney. Please be seated. We are assembled here today in the matter of the trial of Milia Nordin, a resident of Fledge City. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant. Defendant, can you please confirm your name and occupation? Your Honor, my name is Milia Nordin. I am an actress employed by the Valkyrie Raising Project Studio. I see. You are, if I am not mistaken, a person of some notoriety. Well, not the time to clam up, Milia. Your Honor? Yes, Ms. Aquila? My client is the star of Valkyrie Sacred Feathers, an award-winning TV show. She is also, both in character and in person... Whoops, I missed that. I hit a button and missed that line by accident. A hero to children all over the country. That's your cue, Hawk. Mr. Hawk, I'm expecting you to object to Ms. Aquila opining from the defence's bench in this manner. I have yet to see an exaggeration or lie from the opposing bench, Your Honor. But rest assured I shall speak up if one is to emerge. In that case... Mr. Hawk, for the record, please explain the basis for this hearing. With pleasure. Your Honor, the accused was arrested the night before last. This followed an incident at the TV studio that forms the defendant's place of work. During this incident, the defendant's husband, Janus Duo, appears to have been incinerated. Were we given his surname before? Because it amuses me. Going with his first name. Given that Janus is a Roman god with two heads. Or two faces, if not two heads. God of doorways? And some other stuff. The point is, two faces, and then his surname's Duo as well. The prosecution believes that the defendant played a role in orchestrating this incident. And we intend to prove their motive, means, and opportunity via witness testimony. For clarity, Your Honor, the prosecution accuses Milia Nordin of murder in the first degree.
Order.
That is serious. Nina, aren't you going to object? Do they know for sure that Janus was incinerated? You spotted that, huh? I thought the same. But when Chad outlines the case, he's laying out his theory about events. It's inappropriate to object at that point, so... Unless his phrasing was so out of left field as to suggest a mistrial. Let's put a pin in that for now. Ms. Aquila, something you wish to share with the class? No, Your Honor. She seems particularly uppity today. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Hawke, for your summary of the case. Milia, Mrs. Norden, how would you prefer to be addressed? Milia, Your Honor. Very well. Milia, you stand accused of the murder of your husband in the first degree. How do you plead? No surprises now, Milia. Not guilty, Your Honor. Game on. Milia, the court recognizes your plea. Prosecution, bring forth your first witness. Okay, here we go. Hawke's about to bring out a witness who will give a statement. Listen to it. We have to focus on the little details. We're looking for an inconsistency, a flaw of some kind, which shows the witness is either lying or just mistaken. Don't worry about memorizing the statement, though. We'll be able to recap it afterward. What do you think he'll go for first? Won't he just break out the CCTV right away? Not a chance. Chad knows that if you're hunting with one bullet, you wait for the clean shot. He'll want to set the scene, and only wheel out the most devastating evidence when the room is primed for it. If I was to guess, motive. It's where I'd start. Okay, I mean... Is it here that I stand? Yes? Or there's been a serious shake-up since my last proceeding. Oh, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, well, if there's been a change of plans, perhaps it's best. I mean, if I just stand... I mean, maybe if I was just... You're where you're supposed to be, witness. She is nothing if not consistent. We'll start slow. Can you state your name and occupation for the record? Your Honour, my name is Devona Fairchild. I work as an associate producer at the Valkyrie Raising Project TV studio. I am not an expert in television production, Miss Fairchild. Pray tell, what does an associate producer actually do? Oh, all sorts of things. Honestly, it's hard to keep track sometimes. I deal with some aspects of planning, as well as any and all minor issues that crop up day to day, such as arranging studio functions or dealing with paperwork. The studio would probably grind to a halt without an AP. So... You're a dog's body. Credit where it's due. Tawny really has a knack for seeing through to the heart of things. Nina! What's a dog's body? It's an old-fashioned word for someone you employ to run around doing menial jobs that you don't want to do. Because... not now. From a certain point of view, yes. Your Honour, if I may. Do, Mr. Hawke? As someone very central to the life of the As someone very central to the life at the studio in question, we felt Devona was ideally placed to speak about the accused and victim in that context. Ah, yes. As someone who runs errands, Miss Fairchild, you must know the people involved extremely well. Of course. I consider Milia and Janice as personal friends. I mean, well, considered would be more appropriate for Janice now. I mean, because... Miss Fairchild? Devona? Oh! Sorry, I think I just froze up for a moment there. Miss Fairchild, I'm sure you're nervous being in court like this. Just explain what you said to the police. Of course. Your Honor, when all this happened, I was shocked. In fact, I was literally in shock, and I didn't say or do anything for hours. But that gave me time to think about countless little things from the weeks leading up to the incident. Surely you're not about to suggest that you expected something like this to happen? No, Your Honor, but... Milia is incredible. She nails every take, she aces every photo shoot, she fills every dress. While Janice was an acting genius. He could go from a perfect gentleman one moment to a savage villain the next. At least on camera. The pair were, by my reckoning, the very definition of a power couple. And when I first met them, that's all I thought. Here we go. Then I noticed it. The needling. Just a little at first. Little jibes or barbed comebacks. Said by Janice sometimes, but more often Milia. That's not true. Sure, we bickered, we were married, but saying it out of context like that...
Order!
Milia, you will refrain from outbursts or I'll hold you in contempt. But... Keep it together, Milia. I recall days not so long about when the pair had full-blown arguments. Sometimes just the smallest things would spiral and the two of them would get despondent. And more than once I heard Janice claiming that Milia had gone out late at night, riding her motorcycle through the city, and he had no idea where she was. What secure relationship sees a partner doing that sort of thing? Like the tension was building week on week. If I was to characterize how I felt about it, their relationship acted like a swan. Calm on the surface, but paddling frantically underneath. Calm and placid on the surface, but kicking furiously beneath. Yep. So you're acting as a character witness. It seemed appropriate, Your Honor. Very well. Witness, please move on to your statement. Witness statement. I've seen Milia disappear several times. She'd just vanish late at night on her motorcycle just like that. And given Janice's unusual background, in a way, Milia and Janice have always had a tumultuous... Right. In a way, Milia and Janice have always had a tumultuous relationship. I still tried to put an N in there. Very well. Miss Aquila, you may begin your cross-examination. Devona paints a grim picture of Milia and Janice's marriage. Let's see if we can turn that around. Cross-examination. Press.
Hold it!
Spanish? What do you mean by that? Oh, sorry, I guess that did sound kind of ambiguous. I just meant she'd take off. Leave. She'd head out of the studio parking lot at the drop of a hat, usually on her motorcycle. Where did she go? Well, usually when asked, she'd say she was going to clear her head or to get some air. I've always felt her explanations left a bit to be desired.
Objection!
Your Honour, the witness is drawing conclusions. Sustained. Oh! Sorry, did I do something wrong? Miss Fairchild, as a character witness, please try to only describe examples you have observed. The court draws its own conclusions based on what you say. What unusual background?
Hold it!
Unusual? Given his condition. Condition? No one at the studio mentioned he had any sort of medical problem. It's from a few years back. Janice was an amnesiac. Oh. He had memory problems? I should really try to shut this line of conversation down for now. Just because I've no idea what she might say. These are personal medical concerns. I'm not sure if I can... Janice Duo is considered deceased, Devona. That means... Oh, really? Do you have a death certificate? A coroner's report? As the defence has yet to be furnished with such documentation, if so. No. I think that actually rattled him. Miss Fairchild, are the specifics of Janice Duo's amnesia relevant to this case? You said that this happened some years ago. It was not an ongoing problem, no. Janice suffered from amnesia. File that for later reference. Yeah, file that for later reference. I have some suspicions. But it really depends on the nature of this amnesia. But my brain's just like, was Janice actually human? Because that is a legitimate concern in this series. I mean, we have had magical card monsters before.
Hold it!
Devona seems such a delicate person, but I can't let this slide unopposed. Oh, come on! Sorry? Your Honour, this is unacceptable. The witness can't just opine like this. Even a character witness. She's providing context. She's speaking without basis. Miss Fairchild, you'll need to provide examples of specific times this was evident to you and to other observers. I see. Oh! Of course! Interviews. Interviews? As successful actors, Janice and Millia were interviewed regularly by media sources. I always felt we should refuse those requests, and ask people to interview Amara instead. Amara? Another star in our stable. She handles herself more professionally. Less friction. I see. Do you feel this is important, Miss Aquila? Yes. Yes, I believe it's important. Very well. Witness, can you please add this to your statement? Interviewers could surely see there was friction between them.
Hold it!
What makes you say that? I always used to dread putting the two of them in a room with an interviewer. Interviewers are incisive. They look for stories, and marital discord would be a great story to break. Is that really true? What are you thinking? Chad is trying to establish motive by painting Milia and Janice as being in a dysfunctional marriage. You never really know what goes on in private between two people. But I think that we know enough to suggest that Devona may be being overly negative in her assessment. Right, what do we have in our evidence? I want to do this in a way that isn't going to make me accidentally present something. Okay, we have the ID card and the eye patch. After incident, before incident photo, the burned out monitor. None of these are currently relevant here. We need something that's relevant to the relationship between those two. Like this Fledge City magazine about Fledge City's sweethearts. That could be it. I mean, admittedly, this one? I think, yeah, interviewers could surely see there was friction between them. If we present the evidence of the magazine, which calls them sweethearts and doesn't say anything about friction at all.
Objection!
Hey, we got an achievement for correctly objecting. Devona, you characterize interviews with Milia and Janice as worrisome. They were. But if interviewers are so incisive, why were Milia and Janice celebrated as the sweethearts of Fledge City? Well... In fact, every piece of evidence I've seen suggests they were beloved by the media. But that's PR. That's the image. The perfect star power couple. I can understand the confusion, you see. Chad's a step ahead as always. Both of them are actors. It's their job to put themselves forward in a different light to how they really are. That's just it. Devona, you can't just claim that everyone could see a problem when all evidence suggests that no one could see it. And support that by saying they were good at masking their feelings. But, I I'd heard them arguing in quiet moments in their trailers, I'm certain of it. Sustained, Miss Aquila. Witness, please amend your statement. I'd overheard raised voices recently from their trailers. I believe they fought a lot behind closed doors.
Hold it.
Raised voices? And not just that even. I believe they fought. Perhaps verbally, perhaps even more. It sounded severe. Do you know what they were fighting about? The trailers are reasonably soundproof. You could hear someone arguing inside, but I think you'd have to creep up really close to hear what they're saying. I never tried. It would have been rude. But it did give me cause for concern for Milia's personal safety. Just Milia's? And Janice's too. I mentioned it a couple of times to Hank, but he dismissed it. What are you thinking? It's the thing that we had before. Right. So, let's continue to that newest one. I'd overheard raised voices recently from their trailers. I believe they fought a lot behind closed doors. I feel like I need to present something to this new statement. We could either go for... Yeah, I think we should go for... We have no evidence of physical fights. I think that's still gotta be the one, hasn't it?
Objection!
Your concern for your co-workers is noble, Miss Fairchild. But I can't help but think that you're reading in more than you can prove. You said they fought a lot, yet there's no evidence of any kind of physical altercation between them on Milia's body.
Objection!
There are many forms of abuse, Aquila, not all of them physical.
Objection!
I don't dispute that, Hawk. But your witness paints a picture of a dysfunctional marriage between two partners who fight and bicker, in a manner so audible, so severe, to the degree that others around them express concern. I remind the court that the prosecution's aim here is to suggest motive for Milia's supposed actions, while other sources paint them as having a fairy tale marriage. I will concede that the truth probably lies between these two extremes. Surely you must concede that too.
Order!
Order, yes. Ms. Aquila raises a fair point. It's true that the lack of physical injuries to Milia's person does not prove her husband was not abusive. But at the same time, all marriages have good times and bad times. I speak from my experience with my own late husbands. It is not enough to point to mere arguments and raised voices to suggest a concrete motive for murder. This, to me, rings of gossip and nothing more. Mr. Hawke, the statement from this witness does not hold sway. It is the court's decision to dismiss this witness at this time. Understood, Your Honor. So, does that mean I leave? It does. Oh, good. Milia, I'm sorry, really. I just said what I thought.
Order!
Miss Fairchild, I am aware you are not accustomed to the courtroom, but my patience has limits. Please leave the chamber. The prosecution calls Jack Cable to the stand. Mr. Cable. Yes, Your Honor? Yet again, I am confronted by my inexperience when it comes to your profession. My notes say you are a studio tech. What do you actually do? It's easiest to think of me as the man in the chair. I handle the room that monitors the footage being recorded for the studio, as well as the levels for audio. I also handle the physical hardware to record and archive all of our footage. I see. Your Honor, Mr. Cable was monitoring the scene when the incident took place. Oh! So you have footage of the incident? Not exactly, Your Honor. The equipment experienced a number of power surges during the incident. We're not really sure why. So all of our footage was corrupted. Wait, isn't there power surges associated with those various explosions that have been happening too? I just thought, from what we heard on the TV news last night. Police forensics were given the data yesterday, but they're still looking over it. They're unsure if they're going to be able to restore it to anything of use. But as Jack was monitoring, he saw the incident from his perspective. Yes, I see. In that case, Mr. Cable, are you prepared to make a statement? Yes, Your Honor. Then please describe the events as you saw them. Millia and Janice got together on set to record the scene. Prep was all done and the director called for action. Witness statement. I monitored everything closely, in monochrome. Millia seemed to go off script almost immediately. After which, Millia performed her own costume change into her character of Valkyrie Freya. Then Janice performed a costume change into his character as the evil prince. Millia seemed to, well, emit a burst of bright orange flame. Ms. Aquila, please begin your cross-examination. This isn't good. Jack's testimony is appropriate, and I know because I was there. But he was sitting in the control room. Can he really have seen everything that he describes? Wait. Wait, there is an inconsistency. There's an inconsistency. Orange. You were watching in monochrome, mate. We have a piece of evidence for that, right? Under M from monochrome? Yep.
Objection!
Mr. Cable, could you please provide a bit more info about the flames you saw just before the incident? It's like I said, bright orange flames. I've got to assume they're from the pyro system. That's the problem. How could you have witnessed bright orange flames when your display was calibrated to monochrome?
Objection!
Really, Aquila? Of all the technicalities!
Order!
Miss Aquila makes a fair point. Witness, could you answer her question? Well, cameras do record in colour.
Objection!
That may well be true. But we're not talking about the raw footage. We're talking about what you could see on the monitor at the time of the incident. Well, it's... Sorry, I guess I was mistaken. Mistaken? Please understand, I've viewed thousands of hours of recording from the booth with all manner of special effects. But the flames looked hot. I could practically see heat haze on them. And I guess I used colour as a shorthand to express that. But they were genuine flames. I mean, Janice, it happened so fast. Sustained, Miss Aquila. Witness, please amend your statement. After that, Janice was gone and the crew were visibly shaken. Maxie was injured even.
Hold it!
Gone? It was like he vanished once the flames hit him, as if he was incinerated on the spot. Everyone was shaken. Maxie was injured? I've seen a lot in my day from the booth, but nothing like this. What do you make of this? It matches what I remember seeing, like, on the day. Ditto. There's nothing wrong with Jack's story on the surface. But could he really have seen everything he claims to have seen from his position in the control booth? Look at that. Janice was gone and the crew was visibly shaken. She was injured even. I want to look at my evidence again. So we've got before, and we've got after. The burned out monitor. Plans at the studio often change with short notice. Evidence suggests he was completely incinerated. You don't remember Janice transforming? I don't remember well enough. Right, I'm gonna... I want to press the things I haven't pressed yet.
Hold it!
Monochrome, like in black and white? But isn't the show in colour? Normally, yes. I understand this was a creative decision for this emotional scene. I don't know why, I'm not a writer. But the rest of the crew was by the stage. I was monitoring in black and white to get the full effect.
Hold it!
I understand she does this a lot. Frequently. Surely then it's not notable that...
Objection!
Objection, Your Honour! The defence is leading the witness. If the witness finds an act notable, then it's notable to him. Sustained. Do not lead the witness to conclusions, Miss Aquila. Come on, seriously? We try to keep the energy going when filming the show. That means we improvise some of the dialogue to make it sound more natural. But it's not normal for an actor to go off script right at the start of a scene.
Hold it!
She changed outfits live on the soundstage? That's right. Amelia's costume change is an elaborate affair. The camera feed was momentarily overwhelmed by the light. Typically, the flash paper in the costume does that. That's what dazzled the rest of the crew. So it's a quick change outfit with flash paper in it then, huh? When the feed returned, Milia was in full costume as Valkyrie Freya. There's that name again. Mr. Cable, can you, in brief, explain who Valkyrie Freya is? In the show, Milia plays a magical girl, like a superhero. And this Valkyrie Freya is her character's alter ego within the narrative. That's correct.
Hold it!
A costume change. That's right. But I'm curious. Do you know why Janice changed costume at that particular moment? Actually, no. I don't think it was in the script. Your Honor?
Objection.
I can save us all a few minutes, Your Honor, if I may. What is it, Mr. Hawk? Aquila? Even if Janice came out with a major deviation from the script, are you intending to assert that the surprise of this action, the mere shock from it... He's right. To go further with this infers two things. Firstly, that Milia might have activated the pyro equipment and incinerated Janice purely due to shock and surprise. Secondly, that makes her guilty, even if it was an accident. The defense withdraws the question, Your Honor. We technically haven't pressed this one either.
Hold it!
You saw that through the monitor? That's right. I had to assume it came from the pyro equipment. He stated that's what he saw, Aquila. Are you disputing that? You were actually in the room, if I recall correctly. Didn't you see it too? Did I see orange flames? Oh yeah, okay. Okay, I feel like, yeah, we do need to present something to probably this. After that, Janice was gone, the crew was visibly shaken, Maxie was injured even. Actually, no, I want to go back through the things again. Right, I monitored everything closely in monochrome. She seemed to go off script almost immediately, after which she performed her own costume change into the character of Valkyrie Freya. Janice performed a costume change into his character as the evil prince. Milia seemed to emit a burst of bright orange flame. We have already presented evidence to that statement. And after that, Janice was gone, and the crew were visibly shaken. Maxie was injured even. Right. So we have the picture from afterwards. Which is a way wider shot than the picture from before. The burned out monitor. Wait. We technically didn't... Technically, immediately after the fire, immediately after the flame, we couldn't see anything. Because the monitor got destroyed, right? Is that the answer? I feel like that could be the answer. But let's just check the other things. CCTV from the night before is irrelevant. The can of raised lentless is also irrelevant. Change of plans, not relevant here. Evidence suggests that he's completely incinerated. I mean, that's relevant, but probably not what we want to bring up. Corrupted footage. Damaged courtyard camera, no. The Dazzling. Fledge City magazine. His deposition that he saw it in monochrome. Kerosene. The keys for the weapons locker. The magic. The injury. Relevant, but also probably we don't need to bring that up right now. Power outage for the camera. Yeah, I feel it's got to be the burned out monitor.
Objection!
Jack, I know you mean well, trying to give the most rounded statement possible. But you've been asked to give her an account from your point of view at the time events occurred. But you only saw Janice for the briefest of moments. And how could you see the effect on Maxie or the crew when your monitor was completely burnt out? I mean, well, I saw an aftermath image later. It's okay, Jack. You're just trying to rationalize what happened, as we all are. But that is not what you saw. Your Honor, the defense moves to dismiss this witness on the grounds of proven unreliability. I see. The prosecution does not object, Your Honor. Goodness, Mr. Hawke. Why such expedience? 'Cause he's got better evidence. After all. Ms. Aquila raises a point that as he was in the control room, Mr. Cable's statement is not totally reliable. However, we feel it establishes enough about events to freely move on to our next witness. Very well. Mr. Cable, you are dismissed. The prosecution calls Sarah Hector to the stand. Ah, the director. Even with my limited experience of the world of television, I have some understanding of what you do. Even so, I'm not sure why I'm here. Were you not a witness to the incident in question? I was there, sure, but I didn't see anything. I find that somewhat difficult to believe. During the incident, when Milia performed her costume change, I was dazzled. Dazzled? Blinded by the effects. I wasn't able to see again until shortly after the incident was over. I see. Mr. Hawke? Yes, Your Honor? We are dealing with an incident that took place on a stage filmed by a camera in front of what appears to be nearly the entire staff of the studio. Do you have a question, Your Honor? Never mind. Welcome to my world, Tawny. Ms. Hector. Mrs. Oh, I see. Well, Mrs. Hector. Your name rhymes with director. You're far from the first person to point it out. Sorry, it just seemed unusual. Blame my husband, Your Honor. Your Honor? As director, Mrs. Hector was, in effect, in charge on the studio floor. She seemed best placed to explain to us how things went off the rails, as it were. Don't slip into the Judge in Phoenix, right? I mean, there are similarities between him and Judge Tawney. Very well. Are you willing to make a formal statement about the incident from your perspective? I'll do what I can. Witness statement. When I said action, Milia acted strange, like she was reading from the wrong script. I figured it was just start of season nerves. She seemed to exchange a few words with her bird Shtana, and suddenly launched into her transformation sequence. The light was dazzling. I was totally blind. Then I heard what must have been pyro effects. I started to panic, but kept sucking down the fresh air until my vision came back. When I could see again, Janice was gone, and Milia was just standing there. Maxie was injured. It was a mess. Miss Aquila, please begin your cross-examination. I can't help but feel like I'm just finding technicalities here. Still, it's all I can do, at least for now. If we can create enough ambiguity in the mind of the judge... Does the staff normally get blinded when they're doing it, or is the script followed so they know when to look away? Yeah, I would assume that normally they'd know when the transformation is going to happen so that they can close their eyes or whatever, right?
Hold it!
Is it possible she was given the wrong script? No. Well, we'd only recently changed what we were filming that day. Milia was definitely informed.
Hold it!
You had no reason to be concerned? Not really. Sometimes we need a few takes to find our groove. Hell, sometimes you spend the whole day and get almost nothing recorded. Oh, that's pretty rare.
Hold it!
She talked to the bird. She does that, but... Ooh. What was that? Did I somehow activate a fast forward mode by accident? Oh, I see the problem. My spacebar got stuck.
Hold it!
But that's part of the show. We dub words over Stana's squawks. In the fiction of the show, Stana can speak, so can Comet, Amara's bird. But even just in real life, Milia talks to the bird to help keep it calm during the shoots.
Hold it.
Something I've been wondering about. You say transformation, but really, Milia's wearing the same clothes both before and after, right? That's right. The clothes just kind of fold out into the new form. Honestly, it's really impressive. Yeah, it is. Quick change costumes are really impressive. But the suggestion here is that Milia used a control device in her costume to activate the pyro FX. Surely she didn't need to transform in order to do that.
Objection!
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. Sustained. Your Honor, I'll rephrase. Sarah, given your expertise, would Milia have as much control over the FX pre-transformation as after? It shouldn't have made a difference. The defense would like the record to make that point very clear. The court recognizes the point you're making, Ms. Aquila. Well, that's a small victory, if nothing else.
Hold it.
Completely. My vision went to bluish purple. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. In the moment, I was terrified of permanent damage, but it seemed to pass pretty quickly. I don't get it. Don't you do these shots somewhat frequently? See, Nina's going to ask the question that you wanted to know about Dragon. We have different brightness ratings for safety. On days with a lot of FX or very bright flashes, we issue the crew special FX glasses. Sunglasses, basically. But you didn't have those on this particular day. I can't speak for others, but certainly I didn't have mine. She's right. No one we spoke to mentioned having these glasses.
Hold it.
How could you have been sure it was Pyro FX and not something else? Weren't you blinded? I've been doing this job long enough to know what flames sound like. But you can't be certain. I mean, okay, I was blind at the time and I couldn't say with absolute certainty. But it's just what I expect that kind of thing to sound like from experience. Something about that.
Hold it.
Janice was gone. I'm not even sure how to explain it. Once my eyesight cleared up, the spot where you'd been standing was empty. But you were blind. Could he have ran out of the studio? I only lost my sight for a brief moment, and the studio is pretty big. Plus, it's not easy to move silently among all those people, cables, and equipment on a concrete floor. I wasn't there to see it, but what she's saying seems to line up with what the rest of the crew told us. There must be something about what she said that isn't right. Yeah, Nina mentioned that on... Was the Totally Blind? No. I heard what must have been Pyro FX. That's... yeah. Yeah, that's the one to which Nina was like, there is something there. Picture from just after, picture from just 4. The monitor getting destroyed. Corrupted by a power surge. And his transformation was blinding. He has significant burn injuries, which suggests there was pyro. Catchwheel says it was impossible for the Pyron 9000 to fire due to a short circuit or a power surge. There's no special effects planned for this day. Power outage that fried the camera. It's a powerful ventilation system which did briefly fail with the power surge. There's a limited number of VXPEX control devices. Maybe it's this, because she says, I kept sucking down the fresh air until my vision came back. But the ventilation system briefly failed, which means that there wasn't fresh air? Is that it? That might be it. I want to try this, I think.
Objection!
Mrs. Hector? I'm wondering about something. You've described in vivid detail about how you were blinded by the flash, then heard what you believed were the sounds of the FX system firing up. As best I can explain. But in that case, haven't you missed something? The power surge in general, possibly. You mentioned what you could see. You mentioned what you could hear. But not what you could smell. Your Honor, the Pyron 9000 machine is fed by a mixture of chemicals, where the most prominent is kerosene. This burns with a very obvious odour, along with substances like cordite, to create the studio effects. The smell of these chemicals is, to put it mildly, pungent. Mrs. Hector, do you recall smelling kerosene in the aftermath of the incident? No, actually I don't.
Objection!
This is preposterous! We interviewed everyone on the scene. Every single person. Not one person mentioned the smell of something as so potent as... Wait. No!
Objection!
Your Honor, it appears the opposing bench agrees with me on this. Thanks, Chad. If no one in the room could smell kerosene... You can stop now, Ms. Aquila. I understand your point. Your Honor! Silence, Mr. Hawke. This does indeed cast a shadow on the events that took place. However, a prominent scent being left out of depositions is not in and of itself conclusive proof. But I am not dismissing your point, Miss Aquila, merely suggesting that this line of questioning may have ran its course. Do you agree? We're riding high here. Let's quit while we're ahead. Yes, Your Honor. The defense rests with regard to this witness. Very well. Mrs. Hector, you are dismissed. Mr. Hawke, let's keep things moving. The prosecution calls Lotta Eiffel. Can you confirm your identity and your purpose for being here? I'm Lotta Eiffel, studio security. Miss Eiffel. Lotta would be satisfactory, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Hawke, can you provide context for calling Lotta to the stand? Given that we heard all present were blinded. Is she some sort of expert witness? Your Honor, I had originally wanted to call another witness, Maxie LaRue. However, she was hospitalized by the incident and could not make it to court. However, her actions were recorded in CCTV camera footage. So I invited Lotta, the studio's security person, to walk us through this evidence. Ah, we're getting to this, are we? We're getting to this. I see. How was she involved? It relates to events on the night before the incident. Okay, it's go time. Lotta, I would like you to comment for the court record on these images, recorded the night before the incident. Your Honor, the defense reminds the prosecution that CCTV footage is not, typically, a sound basis for conviction. Without a material witness, unless the footage itself is beyond reproach. And having seen this footage, it's grainy, low resolution, and of extremely low frame rate. The prosecution concedes this. However, we wish to review the footage anyway. Very well. I've spoken to Maxie this morning in prep for this. I'll see what context I can provide. Go ahead.
Order.
That's the studio's downstage. I see Maxie. Yep, here. This was the night before everything happened. Maxie explained she was present in the studio on the night in question. I understand she was working late, that's not uncommon. She was in her salon, which has a window that looks out onto the trailer yard, does it not? That's right. But she made her way to the soundstage. Maxie told me that in the thunderstorm conditions going on outside...
Objection.
Your Honor, surely this is hearsay. Lotta can't testify as to the experiences of Maxie LaRue. It goes against convention. As Maxie LaRue is unavailable to take the stand, I will allow this to continue. However, I warn the prosecution, limit your statements to what is verifiable in the footage. Or directly told to you by Maxie herself. Ms. Aquila, please speak up if you feel the prosecution doesn't respect this. Understood, Your Honor. Hopefully that'll keep Chad in check. Maxie told me that, in the thunderstorm conditions going on outside, between flashes of lightning, she saw Millia outside through the window. Your Honor, the CCTV does not show the trailer yard outside. Also, there are other qualities in this photo that could be discussed, but they are more observable in an earlier photo from the same camera.
Order.
Allegedly a Valkyrie. Vaguely. Lotta, can you describe what you see in this picture? Lotta? It looks like Milia in her magical girl costume.
Order.
And what does she appear to be holding?
Objection.
Unacceptable, Your Honor. Prosecution is leading the witness.
Objection.
Your Honor, we have spoken to an expert at the VRP studio. Milia is holding an ammo pack for the pyrotechnics equipment on the studio soundstage. In fact, if I am to play the footage in its entirety... At this point, a short length of time passes without anything happening. Then... Ah, she was hiding there, huh? But that doesn't make sense. Milia couldn't have been skulking around inside the soundstage. When I spoke to Maxie, she said that when she was outside, she heard Milia and Janice's trailer. Even if Maxie said that, our witnesses have already established something today. That the trailers are relatively soundproof enough to prevent overhearing casual conversation. At least without standing up with at least without standing up to one with a glass or similar. And stacked against photographic evidence to the contrary, Your Honor, the prosecution poses a difficult to accept but seemingly self-evident conclusion at this juncture. That Milia Norden knowingly and willingly prepared the machine to incinerate her husband. That's a lie! Silence, Mrs. Norden. But this is impossible!
Order.
Mrs. Norden, I will have order, or I will hold you in contempt of court. Wait. Could Milia have even done this? Is it about the 2 keys to the weapons locker? Kat has them and Hank has them. Yeah. Your Honor, from what I understand, after talking to the studio about their safety procedures...
Objection.
Before you follow that thought any further, Ms. Aquila, please look at this. Your point being? Look closer. Zoom and enhance. No. She's carrying a set of keys in the picture. Please. Mrs. Norden. Mrs. Norden, please turn to face me. Mrs. Norden. Milia. Yes, Your Honor? Whisper, whisper, whisper. Whisper, whisper, whisper. What do you think they're talking about? I don't know, but I don't think it's good. Look at him. Smug, sanctimonious. One of these days I want a nice simple case where I get to have the super obvious answer in the easy CCTV footage. Chad can struggle to find the answers by becoming a rodeo clown or something. I believe it is time to draw these proceedings to a close. Your Honor, I must protest. On what grounds? If my client wishes to change her plea after your momentary discussion, I would ask for a short recess. She has not. Well, I've yet to cross-examine Lotta Eiffel. Do you wish to? Do I? I mean, as a matter of process, I feel like I should insist. But what can I hope to gain? I can't dispute Chad's video footage. And not his words line up with what Maxie told me. Save for some weird stuff about seeing a magic light. Probably best the court doesn't hear that. Ah! Sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you. Excuse me? The defense rests, Your Honor. In that case, the idea that Milia was able to arm the studio's equipment to fire at the right time, thus incinerating her husband, is far-fetched but plausible. After reviewing the facts of this case, along with the compelling evidence put forward by Mr. Hawke, it is clear that any reasonable person would consider Mrs. Norden guilty of murder. I'm so sorry, Milia. We really tried. And yet, so many aspects of this incident bear strange qualities. That the incident took place in a location that is designed to bear high-quality movie footage, and yet we have no such footage, viewed by countless witnesses, who were all incapacitated. That Milia's motive for murder seems suspect at best, and the director's statement seemed to lack certain critical facts about the way the equipment works. At the same time, Mr. Janitor Duo is nowhere to be found and appears for all intents and purposes to be dead. Did we really do it? Wait for it. As I am unable to render a verdict at this time, I suggest we adjourn for today. Both benches are urged to investigate further and restate their cases. We shall reconvene the day after tomorrow. Court is adjourned. We made it. This far. Oh, come on. What's that thing you're always saying about celebrating Victor? Miss Aquila. Before you leave, I would like to see you for a moment. In private. You heard her. No sweat. Are we good for the rest of the day? I could go meet up with Atalanta. Say hi for me. I wonder what Judge Tawny wants. Can I go sit in her chair now, or will she object to that? Well, she's not going to object to it, but someone is. You wanted to speak with me? That's right. When Randall said he'd arrested a TV star, I wondered of what crime she could possibly be accused. I had no idea it would be as severe as murder. Randall? Oh, you mean Detective Flatfoot? We spoke, actually. He was in charge of the crime scene, but it was strange. He left pretty quickly. I saw him later at the hospital. I see. You must not have heard. Heard what? Randall's daughter is a long-term patient at that hospital. She has leukemia. But he has good reason to make a swift exit. Oh, gosh! I had no idea. If he seems a little abrupt, well, now you know why. I'll keep it in mind, Your Honor. Though right now my focus is entirely on the welfare of my client. You certainly have a knack for picking a forlorn hope, Miss Aquila. Aquila Defense and Law has an open-door policy, Your Honor. Admirable. There are only two types of people who would take on a case that's so seemingly ironclad as Millia Norden's. You'd have to be either hopelessly naive, or you just believe her. That was uncalled for. Miss Aquila, I do what I can to foster an air of fairness. Do not mistake that for heartlessness. I've been doing this now for a long time. From up in that chair, I have gazed down into the well of the court, into the eyes of countless defendants of all ages, genders, and backgrounds. And in that time, I have seen goodness that cowered in darkness, and evil that strolled amid the light. And when you looked at Millia, I see something else entirely. That girl appears completely lost. And that does not tally with the matters of which she stands accused. Lost like innocent? I am not prone to using up more of the court's time on a mere whim. But there is more to all of these events than meets the eye, of that I am entirely certain. When you sent Anya Miller to jail, did you look into her eyes? I did. I remember her face and name like everyone I've sent down. It seems only proper. Did she look lost? No. When Anya confessed, she spoke confidently. I had no reason to doubt her words. I see. Miss Aquila, let me tell you a story. About another protege, a golden child, who studied at the feet of the master. This young woman worked directly for Terran Kestrel, the DA, as a prosecutor. They were inseparable, and together formidable, and they worked like this for years. Then suddenly, after a high-profile case, a victory even, this young protege left the prosecutor profession altogether. This young woman, was that Anya Miller? Very good, Miss Aquila. Anya walked out on the prosecutor's office and never looked back. It's my understanding that she and Terran Kestrel haven't casually spoken since. What was that case about? The last one at which she acted as prosecutor. Oh? It was of a businessman who stood accused of murdering his son. Krantz, that was his name. It was quite the scandal at the time. Why are you telling me all this? Because you've started a bright career, Miss Aquila. Truly, you're a rising star. But you're fiercely loyal, and I just want you to reflect on this. On being sure that loyalty isn't misplaced. Your point being? Anya was your teacher, and she always had the demeanor of a big sister. She was a great attorney. But before all of that, she was a person as flawed as anyone else. Try to keep that in mind. I wish you the best with your ongoing investigation, but for now I'll take my leave. Krantz. That name is familiar somehow. Anya walked out from the prosecutor's office and never looked back. It's my understanding that she and Taryn Kestrel haven't casually spoken since. Anya, what happened? What did you do? Day 2 is over. I would in fact like to save my game. Boop. To a new file as suggested. That was bird noises. Before we actually start this day 3, I'm going to get some more water. I will be right back. And I'm back. Right, so we just heard bird noises. What? Dylan, is that you? Looks like Dylan didn't come back last night. I wonder where he is. That sound came from my office. Lovely view of the building site next door. Oh, there. On the sofa. What the? That's Amara's bird. How did it even get in here? I've got better things to do. Guess I'll just have to try and catch it. Get back here. Amy's picture. You seem very proud of yourself. Hoot. Thanks a bunch, Birdie. Looks like you managed to break. What the? Looks like the picture is folded within the frame. She's much younger here than I've ever seen her. But that third woman is the DA Taryn Kestrel. But who's the middle woman? Gained item. Strange Anya picture. Woot! I guess I'll have to wait until we return Bird Brain over there. Woot! Okay, less of that. Otherwise, I'm gonna need to get some earplugs. Woot! Did you seriously just... Woo! Come on, Nina, get it together. Buddy, you had a name. Comet? Who? Well, Comet. I guess at least you'll serve as a conversation starter with Amara. Think you couldn't stay still for 10 minutes while I tried to get dressed? Then I can take you back to your owner. Hoot. Now let's collect that bird from the office and take it to Amara. Did that feathered menace seriously turn on the TV? Certainly looks like it. Warning the public not to approach any bikers they spot in groups within the city limits. Repeat, the mayor has asked citizens not to approach groups of bikers if they spot them within city limits. And to be on their guard about the seemingly unrelated series of explosions that have occurred this past week. Wow. I hope Dylan and Atalanta are okay. Okay, my feathered friend. Time to get you back to Amara. Woot! Comet has joined your party. I'm willing to bet she'll be at the studio. Let's start there. Should we turn the TV off first? Can we do that? No? Okay. Word, party member! Word. Okay, buddy. Let's head to the studio. Don't have to do this. Sorry, ma'am, but I'm afraid you can't go any further. Fire's nearly under control, but there's a risk of secondary blazes. Looks like it's been another explosion. Okay, so we still can't go through there because they're still dealing with it. Alright. Great! Between the wreckage of these weird explosions and the construction vehicles, there's no direct way through to the studio. Can we go through that park? Maybe the long way around? We'll need to go through Centrum Park. Hey, I was right, we're going through the park. Woot! Friday, March 6th, 8:45 AM, Centrum Park, Day 3. This should be okay. We appear to be in the cycle lane right now, and you know, if we just keep going, we can cut through to the other side. Woot! I'm gonna actually walk in the pedestrian area. It's strange. Ooh. It's just kind of quiet. Or are we in the car lane? I don't think there's a car lane through the middle of the park, probably. Usually if you come to the park in the morning, you'll see joggers, cyclists. Actually, this one time, Anya and I'm talking to a bird. Woot! Let's just get this done. Oh, a person. What was that sound? Oh, it's just some kids. They look a little young to be running around the park on their own with everything that's going on. Are you two okay? Were you playing some kind of game? We're running away from the monster! Monster, huh? What does it look like? Is it like a mean old thing with teeth and claws? No, silly. Monsters don't look like that. Oh? You're wiser than you realize, kid. Then what does it look like? Like that! Like a Cyclops frog, apparently. Oh, wow, they were being serious! Woot! Kids, get behind me! What even is that thing? Out of my way. Not gonna happen. Yeah. Oh, wow, that really stings. Lady, are you okay? Never come between a slime and their breakfast. Now move. I won't let you hurt them. Kids, is your mummy nearby? She lives just outside the park back this way. Run, now. Don't stop until you get to her. Go! You're gonna regret that. Oh no, it's got friends! What is going on? If only I'd brought my Dragon Fantasy Arena cards. Yeah, then we could have fought monsters with monsters. We'll just have to eat you instead. This city will kneel before the great Balfara. I don't like the look of this. Guard your tongue, vile fiend! Who said that? It was I, Comet. You can talk? Why didn't you... Young lady, I appreciate the suddenness of this predicament, but that puts us on something of an accelerated schedule. You just throw out that you're an actual factual talking bird, and your only follow-up is get over it. Time is short. Nina Aquila, I came to you because you are a defender of justice, hero to the downtrodden, and pure of heart. You just used your own body as a shield to defend 2 children from a monster. Your heart is pure in the ways which matter. That's all great, but... I can give you the power we need to defeat these creatures, but only if you accept what I say. Let's eat them both. Fine. I accept. Then take this sacred feather. Gained item, sacred feather. Now raise it aloft and repeat these words as I whisper in thy ear. By this oath, I will keep secret the strength that I am given and use it only in pursuit of justice. By the power of this sacred feather, I call upon the favour of Brynhilda, Valkyrie of armour and strength. Valkyrie, transform! Yay! A proper magical girl transformation! It feels amazing! I feel like I could run 1,000 miles then still go 10 rounds for the heavyweight champ. Wait! Why is my armor a 2-piece? High level armor. Plus the form is guided by your subconscious. On some level you must have wanted it to look this way. It does look pretty kick-ass. Get them! Oh, those things! Defend yourself! I'm blind! Good. The flash from your transformation has disoriented these ruffians. Follow me forthwith. What about them? All in due course, young Valkyrie. A quick lesson seems to be in order. Quickly, this way. Now what? With the power of the sacred feather, you have taken on a mantle of great power. You are now much stronger and hardier than any normal human. But you need to practice before you take on the forces of Niflheim. How do we do that? These trash cans. Destroy them to get accustomed to your Valkyrie slash. Nina could move and attack while in her Valkyrie form. In these battles, we recommend players use the keyboard or controller for the best experience. Well, keyboard it is! On keyboard or controller, you move as normal and attack using the OK button/key. On mouse and touchscreen, you attack by clicking close to Nina and move by clicking further away. Try it now! Destroy the trash cans! Well done. But those were just trash cans. Yes, and you vanquished them adequately. But in case you didn't notice, I'm an attorney. I can't just go around murderizing things. Even if they are, well, monsters. These creatures are forged from the evil Queen Malfara's magic, twisted and bent to her will. Believe me, you're doing them as much of a favor as the children you just saved. Understood. Valkyrie Battle Mode, Difficulty Selection. Nina has now been granted the powers of a Valkyrie, and will at times need to battle the forces of evil. As a player, you can choose to do this using one of two modes. Challenge mode is the default. In this mode, Nina loses health when she takes damage. If she runs out of health, you'll need to reload your last save. Cinematic mode is the alternative. In this mode, Nina does not lose health. Just keep attacking, and you can't fail. Do we have to clean up the trash on the street now? No, clearly it was vaporized by the Valkyrie slash. Challenge is for players who like a traditional video game challenge, while cinematic is for players who simply want to play through the story. We also recommend cinematic mode for players with accessibility concerns about dexterity. There are no achievements, rewards, or other bonuses tied to using challenge mode, so you should just pick whichever mode you feel suits you. After this point, you can change which mode you wish to use by using the laptop in Nina's office. I will try challenge mode. I reserve the right to change my decision on that matter. You have picked challenge mode. In this mode, Nina will be able to take damage during battles and it is possible to fail. Are you happy with challenge mode? Yes! Difficulty setting confirmed. Now, let's go teach those slimes a lesson. We've gained a health bar. Can we destroy the trash cans here too? Oh yes! It looks like there's health recovery items in the trash cans. Ooh, I don't want that thing behind me! boy, there's a lot of slimes! Yay! Stage complete. Simply marvelous. Magnificent, even. How do you feel? Ah! 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 How do I feel? How do I feel? So it's real? Why? All of it? I mean, mostly. Perhaps if you put your head between your knees. But what exactly? Just I'm told it can help. Okay. I think I've got a lid on that. I'm truly sorry about this, if it makes any difference. Normally we don't reveal the truth to someone unexpectedly. Someone your age. I see. So I'm too old to be a magical girl, am I? Though I must say you're coping better than most. I just screamed for 5 straight minutes. Those are, in your manner of speaking, rookie numbers. But when people are first exposed to magic... Hey, maybe it helps that we've already encountered magic. With the cards. It's not my first rodeo. I know the Brotherhood of Ishtar. Oh, Ramius! How's he been? Let's not get sidetracked. So, the valiant Valkyries, even the evil Queen Malfara, they're real? It's a long story. In fact, touch your head to mine and I'll see what I can explain. Years ago, Malfara, the Great Deceiver, defied the powers of Asgard and was cast down to Niflheim, the realm of despair. There her powers grew, and hidden from Asgard's gaze, she styled herself Queen of that cursed realm. A great and terrible Queen of Despair. She fed off the despair of humankind. All negativity and loss fueled her, made her more powerful. And when she had power enough, she kidnapped creatures of Midgard. Midgard is Earth, by the way. She kidnapped creatures of Midgard and turned them into monsters, and tried to conquer the realms, starting here. Here? You mean Earth? I mean Fledge City. Ah, she's being very specific, huh? But why? Even a journey of 1,000 miles has to begin with a single step. So, gotta start somewhere. Effectively, yes. Fearful of what might happen, but bound not to interfere directly by ancient law, the Valkyries of Asgard sent I, Comet, and my partner Stana to Midgard. We were tasked with finding 5 special young women who could be trusted to fight the battle the Aesir could not. And you found them. Not right away. We were caught in a storm between the realms and separated. Stana was hurt and lost her memory. Sounds rough. It's unfortunately common in bad crossings between the realms. Well, we know someone else who's lost their memory. I thought Stana was lost. But I met the then 15-year-old Amara Walker, who at the time was attending Fledge Prep. That's the most prestigious school within the city limits. Her family must be... She came from money, certainly. But when monsters tried to kidnap some of the students of her school, Amara chose to help stop them. I gave her a sacred feather, and she assumed the powers of Valkyrie Hrund, Lady of Grace and Beauty, gifted with the power of ice. Ice? She's a fantastic figure skater. There was thematic cohesion. I don't quite get... Unbeknownst to us at the time, Stana had made contact with the also 15-year-old Milia Norden. Stana intervened when Milia was attacked, just like you were today. She gave Milia a sacred feather, and she assumed the mantle of Valkyrie Freya, warrior queen of light. But you were still separated. For a time, but soon we reformed, and the girls worked as a pair, meeting and recruiting 3 more girls. Until, one by one, the entire team came together as the Valiant Valkyries. Together, they used their powers to protect Midgard from Malfara, who at all times tried to sow despair. Then what happened? Well, the magical war raged for 7 years. Most weeks, Malfara would hatch some sort of diabolical scheme to try to create greater despair. One week, she hypnotized all the people in the city to refuse any marriage proposals. Another time, she made it so that no one could ever plug in a USB or HDMI cable without directly looking at it. Are you sure that's not still in action? Another week, she had a monster create haunted ice cream that... Beg your pardon, but none of those seem like world-ending scenarios. But these were merely the preamble, the first salvo in the war. Finally, Malfara pooled all her magic, and from it birthed her most terrible weapon of all. Her son, the evil Prince Kakon. He arrived in this very park at the head of an army of monsters. The girls fought him and his creatures right out on the streets, where, in a moment of triumph, Milia defeated him with an attack so powerful, a nearby building crumbled and he was crushed in the rubble. Gained item, Prince Kakon. But Malfara was still at large, surely... I'm getting into that. Some of the girls wanted to leave it there, thinking this terrible blow might cause Malfara to end her campaign. But Amara was certain this would only strengthen her resolve. So the girls hatched a plan. Stana opened a portal to Niflheim and the girls stepped through. There, they fought their way to the Palace of Darkness and confronted Malfara in her lair. They clashed, and when all hope seemed lost, Milia destroyed Malfara's scepter. Without it, Malfara could not astral project or scry faraway things. If she wanted to continue her campaign, she would need to travel to Midgard and do it face to face. But she was also gravely injured, giving the girls a chance to escape. So they won. Not too shabby. Yes, the war was won, but at great cost. When Comet said that, I felt a wave of grief unlike anything I've ever known. Great cost? For now, all that matters is they didn't leave Niflheim unscathed. All of us lost something that day. How poetic. What do you mean? You can post-rationalize it any way you want, Comet. From where I'm standing, you recruited 5 impressionable 15-year-old girls and treated them as soldiers. Surely you can understand the problem with that. Oh, we gave them the powers to protect your world in the only way we could. A power you yourself freely accepted only moments ago. I acted for the good of the realms. Our authority does not answer to you. I'm gonna let that go for now. When the incident happened at the studio, Amara sent you to follow Stana. What happened? Stana opened a portal to Niflheim. For goodness sake, why? I don't know. I suspect, whatever the answer is, that it might resolve a number of mysteries. I followed her, but lost sight of her in the crossing, and by the time I reached the realm of despair, she was nowhere to be found. Time travels slower there, so for me, not much time has passed since your incident. Okay. Time to talk to Amara. No. Why not? After we defeated Malfara, the girls all gave up their powers. Like I said, the end of the magical war took a toll on everyone. Amara said she never wanted to talk about this stuff again. When I bring it up, she jokes as if it was like an imaginary game played by kids. Fine. Then let's talk to Milia. No. Why not? Just like you, Milia took an oath to safeguard the secrecy of our powers. She'll deny knowledge up until the very end. She could be about to face the death penalty. It wouldn't be the first time she's defended this secret in the face of death. Can't I just transform and show her? You think you can do that without anyone else seeing? But There's got to be someone else who might be able to help. Someone's got to have known the girls for long enough to have some idea about all of this. I think I know who we can speak to. You think so? Let's just hope he's at the studio. Yep. To the studio. Friday, March 6th, 10:25 a.m. Studio lobby, day 3. Seems quiet. Yeah, there's no one on the desk. Oh, the lights are off up there. Pretty fair to say no one's around. Well, he's not in his office. Maybe he's elsewhere here. Anyone in the loose? No. Hey, we couldn't walk in here earlier, so let's just see if we can... I don't need to pee. Okay. There's no one up here. There's no one in here. Anyone in the gents? It's like some kind of locker room. Wait, I think this is the men's. Okay, we can't check in there. It's locked. I guess Lotta hasn't opened up yet. She'll be along soon, I'm sure. If we hang about for a little while, she's bound to turn up. Hey, Comet? This poster's of Malfara, right? Of her character in the show, yes. What's the difference? Well, in real life, no one knows how Malfara truly appears. You don't know what she looks like? But I thought you said the Valkyries confronted her face to face at the end of the war. Malfara is a mistress of illusion. She can use that to appear however she wishes. So we've no idea if the Malfara we picture we have no idea if the Malfara we picture really is her true appearance. So if that's true, that means Malfara could have impersonated Milia or Amara or even Janus Duo. Sorry to wreck your train of thought, but that's not how it works. Darn, that was also my train of thought. Why not? In our experience, Malfara can take the form of a person, but she's unable to duplicate or clone someone perfectly, or someone you know quite well. So she could vanish into a crowd of people, but not, for example, impersonate your friend or co-worker or spouse. Yes, but could she impersonate them well enough to appear as them on CCTV? Though that had the chilling effect of always making us wary of new people with whom we got involved. I see, that must have been a problem. The show is not complete fiction, though. Malfara feeds on people's despair and tries to create more. And with her magic, she can curse innocent people, as well as kidnap people and animals and turn them into monsters. Who plays Malfara on the show? She's entirely computer animated. She's one of the few things on the show that's made in that way. They outsource it to an effects house, who also handle dubbing her voice for the voice actor. But due to how the show works, she's not on screen all that much. I can hear someone. Let's talk to Lotta. Good morning. Hi there. Continuing with your investigation? I would, but the doors to the soundstage are locked and I'm looking for Hank. I see. Hank told most of the studio staff to take the morning off, due to everything that's happened. But I think that lawyer wanted to talk to him, so they should both be around. You mean Chad Hawke? That's the guy. I'll unlock the doors. Check the trailer yard. He might have just parked up. Do I need to take another viral test before I can go in? No. Honestly, a big part of that was trying to keep a lid on our insurance premiums. After what happened, that sort of precaution is like trying to whisper amidst a thunderstorm. Got it. Good luck with your investigation. There's still food here. How long has this food been out? Everything's still sparking too. Friday, March 6th, 10:25 a.m. Studio, trailer yard, day 3. We should know by now that food is never cleaned up. Indeed. Let's see. Oh, great. Chad. Let's see if we can get some time with Hank. Hey, Nina. We need to talk. We're not done. Yeah, can you just give us a minute? Take a walk around the parking lot, and I'll call you when I can. Fine, but as soon as you're able. Will do. Alright, see you in a bit, Nick. After that, it would be good if I could look through the 3 trailers. So... Chad wants to look inside the trailers. Are they open? I guess regardless of all this magical girl stuff, I still need to keep investigating the case. Plus... I wonder what else I can find if I take a moment to look around. This is Milia's trailer. Still seems locked. I'll need the key to get inside. Maybe once he's done with Chad, Hank can open them up? I wonder. Locked. This area's all marked out with what looks like hazard tape. And it's covered in burn marks. Also... Maybe Hank can explain this? Yeah, that could be whatever, from whatever light the stylist saw. This is Amara's trailer. Still seems locked. Like, it's the same hazard tape as here, but this isn't burned as well. Seems pretty secure. Janice's trailer, also locked. seems different to the others. It's locked with a keypad that takes a 4-digit code. Maybe Hank knows it. I'll find out once he's done with Chad. Maybe there's a clue to the code somewhere? Hey, Nina! Chad's gone? I ran into him when I was driving into the parking lot, so he just came straight through. He's gone to get some coffee before he gets started. I see. What's this thing on the ground? This? It's our testing platform. Testing? The team use it to test out different chemical combos for our visual effects. It involves a lot of fire and mini explosions. Pyro work. And these slabs are made of a special silica compound. They're flame-proof. But I'm sure that wasn't why you came down to see me. Oh, right! The truth is, couldn't you... Ooh! Fine, I'll beat around the bush. You've known Milia and Amara for the longest time, right? Yes. Why? Also, why is Comet with you? Must have had its ups and downs, a friendship with people like that. Actors? Soldiers. Comet, don't tell me! It was unavoidable, Hank. So you do know. We were attacked by monsters in broad daylight. But still, couldn't you have gotten Amara to help? Amara doesn't want to deal with this stuff. I had to give Nina the powers of Valkyrie Brynhilda. That's not gonna go down well. Or do you think I had a choice? Okay, back it up. Hank, I want an explanation, and I want it now. How did you end up making a TV show about the exploits of several real magical girls? Okay. I've always known that the girls were Valkyries. Okay, so it's all of these people. Milia, Amara, then later Erica, Danny, and Kiara. We met many years ago. How? I was cursed by a monster created out of Malfara's magic. It was... it's embarrassing. I transformed to wearing an armoured bikini less than an hour ago. I'm sure you can manage. The curse made me terrified of all women. While under it, they looked like nightmarish monsters. Okay, I can see how that might be somewhat humiliating. It cost me my then girlfriend. This is pretty typical of Malfara's smaller schemes to try and create despair. It lasted a week, during which I nearly took my own life. But the Valkyries saved me. They destroyed the monster and I was free of the curse. But in doing so, I accidentally found out who they were. It was a problem. I'm starting to see why you were so determined to protect Milia. I told the girls that for saving my life I'd do anything I could to help them. However, at first there wasn't really much I could do. We were still busy with the magical war. But when that was all over, the girls gave up their powers. Problem is, being a magical girl doesn't exactly pay. And you can't put it on your resume either. Suddenly they were just a normal bunch of young women in their early 20s, with no job history. So you created a TV show about their secret double lives? Surely that would violate their oath of secrecy. It's actually the ultimate disguise. Nobody would assume the actor who plays a superhero on TV was actually a superhero. True. The girls had literally years of adventures upon which to base stories. We could do 10 seasons before we have to start making new material. Plus, Milia and Amara are unique people. Amara is Amara, and Milia has her own eccentricities. Like her habit of vanishing in the middle of the night with her motorbike. People expect actors to be eccentric types, so it just works. We essentially just created a show bible from a summarized version of their adventures, and the studio bought it right away. I recruited the flirty dozen and got to work. But only Amara and Milia joined you? The others took different paths. Did my ears deceive me, or was there a tinge of sorrow in how he said that? But in any case, now you know how this all came about. Why was Chad here? He wants to look at the trailers. Do you want to too? I really need to talk to Amara. But if Chad wants to investigate the trailers, I should probably do so as well. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Janice's trailer has a 4-digit code lock. It was only fit recently. Do you know the code? Sorry, no. I meant to write it down, but I didn't get the chance. Maybe I can contact the manufacturer? But don't hold your breath. Still, at least you have access to Amara and Milia's trailers. And I'll have to call Chad Hawk to say that he can examine them too. Anything else before I go do that? Actually, there was an awkward question thrown up by the trial. Hank, I need to ask about your keys. The CCTV showed Milia using a set of keys to access the weapons locker. But Cat Wheel said the only keys belonged to you and her. She had hers in her possession, and wasn't at the studio that night. I see where you're going with that, but I can't help you. And I keep them in my jacket. That's this jacket I'm wearing right now. It normally hangs in my office, but I was wearing it while I was out on a date. Oh, right! Milia mentioned that. I hate to intrude on your privacy, but if I don't ask you first, then Chad Hawk almost certainly will. Can your date corroborate that? Can they confirm that you were out? Who were you with? I'd wanted to avoid this, but I guess it was always going to come out eventually. I was with Devona. Your co-worker? You don't approve? I didn't say that. Look, Devona might seem a bit flighty, but we've worked together for years, and she's always been there for me. But it was just our first date, so I didn't want to jinx it. We walked out to a nearby sushi place, then the movie theatre. Oh, we have evidence of that. We've got the receipt and the tickets. Afterwards, I saw her to a cab, then I walked home. Got it. So, I know it might be unavoidable, but please only tell those who actually need to know. Understood. Anyway, if that's all, I'm gonna go call Chad. Ooh. Could Devona be the baddie? It probably depends what time they were out till. But like, Devona's got long blonde hair too. And she could have lifted his keys while they were out on a date. Does Janice know about the whole magical girl thing? Good question. I'm going with probably no. Best of luck with the trailers and Amara. And with the magical godlike powers. Very funny. I guess now we investigate these trailers before Chad does. Milia's trailer. Hey, Nina! Now he shows up. Hey? Is that all you've got to say? Sorry. Atalanta's got a bit of a situation. I know that. Then can you get off my back? Dylan, there's all sorts going on around the city. That's why. And you could have at least called or left a message. I've been up all night and I'm in no mood to argue. Can we just move on? Well, are you okay? I'm fine. Though we still weren't able to find Ice Pick. Atalanta's partner? Not just him either. A bunch of the bikers just seem to have up and vanished. Atalanta's trying to round up a few of the leaders to see if they can do some kind of head count. What's been going on here? Okay, so... Woot! Isn't that Amara's bird? She's called Comet. Woot! Honestly though, it's too much to explain. But we just got access to Amara and Milia's trailers. And I need to talk to Amara when we get the chance. Then let's get to it. Dylan Merlo has joined my party. Now let's check out these trailers. I see Dylan gets to be in the second slot in the party and Comet has moved to the back. It's bigger on the inside. So this is Milia's trailer. Looks cozy? Tidy too. Yeah, we're just taking care of Comet for now. Nothing else going on at all. Nope, definitely not. So, what are we looking for? Honestly, anything we can use. Let's get started. A set of viral tests. These look to be the same ones that we had to take when we first got access to the studio. I guess the star Milia must be really self-conscious about her health. I guess. Kitchen area seems reasonably tidy. Fridge, nothing unusual. Some controls. Lights, aircon, seems pretty typical. 2 acting awards. Judging by the inscriptions, these were for previous series. Judging by the inscriptions, these were for previous seasons of Valkyrie. 2 years running, huh? By all outward signs, Milia is a very talented actress. Is she though? She's basically just playing herself. Gained item, acting awards, ×2, Milia. Huh? This drawer's open. Something's peeking out. Looks like some sort of document? What is it? What's wrong? It's an insurance policy. Is it life insurance on her husband? Seems it was notarized just over a week ago. Promises a large payout in the event that Janice were to die. What? That's not a big deal. I'm not sure Chad would dismiss it so quickly. Yeah, but Milia and Janice are, well, were a famous power couple. I bet every celebrity insures their spouse for a lot of money. That's actually very astute. I'm not just a pretty face. Still, it's a good job we found this. Chad could raise it in court and it could help support a motive. At least now we're ready for that. Gained item, life insurance, Janice. Her writing desk. I guess this is where Milia does her correspondence? Like fan mail? Quite possibly. It looks like an old photo of Milia and Janice on their wedding day. They all look so happy. Idyllic, even. Still, it's not like that'll convince the court. Gained item, photo, wedding. There's writing on the back. It lists everyone on the picture from left to right and says that Maxie was holding the camera. And a date. Must be the date of their wedding and anniversary. Ah, that's going to be our clue as to how to get in the, Now that's going to be the 4-digit code to Janice's thing, surely. A date. A date? Does it have 4 numbers? Yeah, it was about a year ago. Why? Just make a note of those 4 numbers. We're gonna need them. Gained item. Wedding date. Got it. Are we going to actually be given those? Okay, yeah, we do have it. 0301. The date of Milia and Janice's wedding. Why is it so dark inside the toilet? 1st of March or 3rd of January, I think, by the other evidence that we have. The photo, which appears to have a lot of blossoms in it. I'm going with 1st of March. Bathroom's dark, but clean. Must be nice to have your own ensuite. I guess you know how that feels. I get what you're saying, but somehow it's not the same. Some controls. Lights, aircon, seems pretty typical. Clothes horse. There's a sticky label on it. Costume returned to wardrobe. Didn't Hank say Milia usually keeps her costume in the trailer? It must have been taken back to the wardrobe department while all of this is going on. In that case, should we check out the wardrobe department? Put that on the list. Welcome back, Nick. I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Huh? This drawer's open. Something's peeking out. Looks like it's made of plastic? Could this be... I think it's a
No way!
viral test? Oh, of course. It's a different brand, but there are 2 lines of the little window, which I guess means positive? So Milia's sick? Why would it be a different brand than the ones that are over there? You two, are you sure that isn't a pregnancy test? She hasn't told anyone. She certainly didn't mention it to us. Gained item, Milia's positive test. I guess if she's fully vaxxed, it might not have hit her that hard. Maybe she didn't want to throw the schedule? This is bad. How? Chad needs to prove opportunity. That Milia's attack on Janice was premeditated. That's easier if he can show that Milia ignored something, all to prevent a change of schedule. We need to talk to Milia about this. Later. What's up? My instincts are telling me that we're done with this trailer. Let's try one of the others. Well, your instincts may be saying that, but I want to look at the last 2 things here. The bed. A double bed. It looks... fresh? You thought so too, huh? It doesn't look like anyone has slept in it since it was made. You think Milia slept in Janice's trailer the night before the incident? Maybe. Let's keep that in mind. A bookshelf. Seems to be a wide range of stuff. Fiction, non-fiction, the craft of acting, and some magical girl manga. I spot Majuka Maguka. I spot Majuka Maguka, Spherical Harula, and Yard Raptor Camera. AKA Madoka Magica, Lyrical Nanoha, and Cardcaptor Sakura. All the classics. Indeed. Yard Raptor. Well, we know what the code is to get in here. This is Janice's trailer. Locked. Let's try the date from that photo. It opened! Relinquished item. Wedding date. Because we don't need that now. We didn't even need to write it down. This trailer belonged to Janice. Got it. Let's look around. Looks like we're starting with a jukebox. A jukebox? Not just any jukebox. This is a classic from the 50s. Are they expensive? To buy? I mean, you can find them cheap. But to keep in working order requires regular maintenance by an expert. I mean, we could see these stairs from the inside of Milia's trailer, so I guess that makes sense. Looks like a photo of Milia and Janice with the crew. Gained item. Photo, Janice trailer. There's writing on the back. It mentions this was at an event to celebrate the show's new season, and was taken a couple of months ago. And apparently Hank was holding the camera. A bookshelf. Every single book is about the craft of acting. That's a lot of acting books. Looks like Janice's wedding ring. Why do you think he left it here? If I recall correctly, his character isn't married to Milia's in the show. At least not yet. He probably planned to come and pick it up, but never came back. Whoa, heinous. Like, that's genuinely depressing. The craftsmanship is quite beautiful. Gained item. Janice wedding ring. Arcade machine. Looks like it's a Japanese import. Janice has had some real taste. You gotta be a pretty hardcore arcade gamer to get one of these. You would have had to look on auction sites and deal with an importer. I'm seeing few things that characterize Janice as not the type to shy away from a long-term project. This definitely qualifies. There's something very interesting up there in Amara's trailer. Bathroom's clean. Must be nice to have your own ensuite. There we go. That's the same thing as before. Controls, typical. A clothes horse. There's nothing hanging from it. Didn't Hank say Milia usually keeps her costume in the trailer? Yeah? And Janice didn't? I guess not. He probably keeps his costume at the wardrobe department like a normal actor. In that case, should we check out the wardrobe department? Put that on the list. Sure, we'll get there eventually. Double bed? It looks a mess. I'm pretty sure that 2 people slept here last. Lexi did say she thought Milia was in this trailer with Janice. That's it. What? If we can prove Milia spent the night with Janice, gotta put the brakes on you just there. The list also contains talk to Amara. Oh, why? It'd take work to prove 2 people slept here and that one was Milia. And even if it were true, it wouldn't cast much doubt on Milia's case. The court has seen murderers do all sorts of strange things. It's grisly, but it wouldn't be the first time a murderer spent the night with their victim. Yeesh. Say no more. Huh? This drawer's open. Something's peeking out. Looks like it's made of card. It's a greeting card. Oh. What's it for? It's for Janice and Milia's paper anniversary. As in the 1 year anniversary, right? Gained item, anniversary card, paper. Judging from what we know about their wedding, it was around a month ago. And Janice still has the card? Damn. Someone's cutting onions back there. What's up? My instincts are telling me we're done with this trailer. Let's try one of the others. Now I'm gonna look at the bookshelf. All of those are about acting too! Jeez, Janice, why did you need so many books about acting? Amara's trailer. So, this is Amara's trailer. Let's get started. Wow, she has a lot of snacks. This is like a convenience store fridge unit. Must be nice. Tidy kitchen. Just an unusual fridge. Controls. Normal. Empty, empty. Oh, the bottom one has a few things that I believe are Devona's. 4 acting awards. They're inscribed. Best Newcomer, Special Recognition, and 2 for Best Supporting Actress. Amara and Milia became actors at around the same time, right? 4 awards in that time is kinda amazing. I guess Amara's whole diva shtick isn't entirely unjustified. Acting awards times 4, Amara. Why is there a bed here and a bed over there? Single bed. Looks quite ramshackle. Seems to be the only thing in this whole place that's like that. You don't suppose... I think Devona sleeps here. You think so? Judging by the way Amara treats her, I bet she's at her beck and call. You know, I heard people talking about Devona while on my way over here. Did you hear she isn't actually Amara's PA? I think she just got browbeaten into it. A photo of Amara, Janice, and Milia posing with what looks like the rest of the crew. Is it just me? Or does it look like there's some distance between Amara and Milia and Janice in that picture? Well, yeah, they aren't standing together. I didn't mean that literally. There's something written on the back. It says that Lotta Eiffel took the photo. What appear to be some script notes. These look like scripts for upcoming episodes, covered with handwritten notes. What sort of notes? Strange. Wait a sec. These notes are as if Amara was rehearsing Milia's lines. Are you sure? Definitely. There are even catty comments about how she would run them differently to Milia's likely interpretation. And they're, well, mean. I thought Milia and Amara were friends. A bit of light ribbing is one thing, but some of these comments aren't the sort of things that a friend says. But why would Amara rehearse Milia's lines? I don't know. But it might be important. Something tells me that the fact that her acting awards are for supporting actress upsets her. Since she does seem like infinitely more of a diva. So, you know, even despite the fact she has more awards, she's probably like, why aren't I the main character? The wrong leave-in conditioner. This is what Amara seemed to be practically losing her mind over? It seems Devona brought the wrong type. Doesn't seem like that big a deal. Speaking as someone with hair like mine... Come on now, I saw the face you pulled when she called you short. I won't defend how she was acting, but getting the right product is really important. You think I maintain this do with the power of positive thinking? Seems like it's the only bottle in here. Mara must have run out of some of her hygiene products at the same time. Oof, she has some of my sympathy. She might not have been able to wash her hair for several days. Gained item, wrong conditioner. The carpet's a choice. I guess this way Amara walks the red carpet every time she gets out of bed. Yeah, but I want to know what this thing that looks like a blood-smeared smile on it is. What the... Whoa, is that what I think it is? Ooh la la. It looks like a top-shelf magazine. Oh! Oh! That is a very different thing than what I thought it was. Called Milkers. Looks to be last month's. And you know that how? From the cover? I didn't show you the cover. I've seen it. In my possession. You buy pin-up girly mags? Hey, don't kink shame. Besides, the articles are pretty good. Right. You definitely buy these mags for the articles, Dylan. And not the nudie ladies. Right. Looking through, it seems pretty tame content-wise. Yeah, it might not sound like it from the name, but it's pretty classy. Just pin-ups, swimsuit pictures, glamour shots. They call it gravure. Okay, fine, it's not a nudie mag. I'm familiar with the terminology. Still, I wonder why Amara has this. Did it occur to you that maybe she just likes it? I guess. Gained item, lewd girly mag. A vanity dresser. I guess this is where Amara puts her face on if she's not filming. Huh? This drawer's open. Something's peeking out. Looks like a bound document. A shooting schedule? Wait. This is a schedule for the upcoming season, but it's been doctored. There are edits all over the pages in marker pen. What kind of edits? It's almost like... It's like Amara was working out how the shooting schedule would change if Amara became the lead actress? Wow. Wait. Why would she do that? I don't know. But it's a possible motive. What's up? My instincts are telling me we're done with this trailer. I'm gonna ping Hank on my phone and see if he can come down and meet us. Over in Janice's trailer. How come? I have a question to ask. And I believe if I ask him, I'll get a direct answer. Oh, I don't get to look at what's on the last couple of things. Okay, Nina, what's this about? Thanks for coming down, Hank. This may not be entirely relevant, but I don't like big unknowns when I walk into court. Like what? Up until now, I've heard mention of Janice's condition and his past. I've heard varying things, so I want a straight answer. What was Janice's medical condition? Okay, I can explain all that. Janice suffered from total retrograde amnesia. What? It's true. He has no memory before a point around 5 years ago. How does that even work? He turned up at the hospital with head trauma, total John Doe. Couldn't tell them who he was, had no identification. He was in a hospital bed for weeks before he mustered the gall to get up. Surely they must have tried to match his dental records? They tried everything. Dental, criminal records, everything they could. Then, when they'd about ran out of things to try, he auditioned for a role in the hospital's charity Christmas pageant. He never really met Janice, but the guy was a walking, talking bucket of charisma. Right away, they realized he was an actor, or a movie star, or TV personality, or streamer, or something. That started another search. They didn't find anything, but that's how I came to meet him. You auditioned him? Right away. Apart from his amnesia, he was otherwise perfectly healthy and a natural leading man. One with a big hospital bill. Honestly, we kinda just decided to roll with it. They even gave him his stage name, Janice Duo, from John Doe. We got our lead actor, and in return, Janice got to be on a streaming TV show. So hopefully someone would come forward saying that they knew him. I'm assuming that the fact we're standing here having this conversation means that no one ever came forward. And as I said, he's not human. I get the feeling that the role he is playing is who he actually is/was. Nope. That's how he met Milia. They were a pair of oddballs, both of them. Milia and Janice? That's right. Odd, but a matched pair. If it's okay with you, I'm gonna head outside, get some air. Go right ahead. We'll follow you out. Now what? Now we get this damn bird back to Amara. Wherever she is. Oh, hi. I was... Hank, of all people, flustered? Now this is something I gotta see. It's good to see you, I mean. Boss. Oh, yeah, we should have a meeting. Maybe sometime later. Touch base, get the ducks in a row. Okay, boss. Yeah, he's got it bad. Oh God, Hank. Nina. I was on my way to the, and I just ran into, well... Just go. It's fine. I've got things to take care of. Oh, of course. No problem, boss. Oh, now what is he going to think? Someone's been through Amara's things. Oh, that? That was us. She's gonna be furious. And I just bought her the correct shampoo so she could finally wash her hair. I was hoping it would lighten her mood. If it helps, as an attorney, I'm granted reasonable latitude by the city to investigate my client's associates. Hank granted us access, so her beef would be with him. I guess. Wow, you're genuinely worried. Well, she has particular needs, and she's a very important actress. Who creates a hostile working environment? Have you talked to Hank about that? I plan to raise it with Amara herself next time I see her. Actually, Devona, do you know where Amara is? Yeah, of course. If her schedule is open, she often takes an afternoon walk in Central Park. Got it. Anything else? I've got to try and straighten things up in there. Maybe Amara won't notice if I do a good job. Actually, there is something I wanted to ask you. What were you doing on the night before the incident? It's kind of embarrassing. I was on a date. We went to the movies, and we were out the whole evening. Okay, that checks out. Who were you with? Oh, I think now's the time to swoop in and save her. I don't think we need to pry that deeply. Huh? Well, if you think so. Right, I'm going to get busy. I'll see you all soon. Man, I wanted to know when she got back from that date. I swear, that woman packs enough neuroses to run a power station. Okay, now... Oh, wait, slow down. Bone Smasher thinks he saw Ice Pick? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Got it. Sorry, Nina, that was Atalanta. I've got to go. I'm sure it can't be helped. Just this time, try to stay in touch. Dylan Merlo has left your party, which is probably a good thing if we need to talk to Amara about her bird. Alone again. Woot! Present company excluded. Woot! Okay. Let's go see Amara. Devona said she'd be walking over in Centrum Park. But we will do that next time, because I am going to call it here. So, thank you very much for coming. It's been fun. We got to do magical girl stuff. Yeah. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description box below. The streaming schedule, well, the channel gets posted both over there on social media and over here on YouTube in the posts tab of the channel. This was the last scheduled stream of this week, so there will be a new schedule up later tonight. The next The next scheduled stream will be tomorrow, Monday, 7 p.m. for some more Battlefield Waltz. So I hope to see you then, or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and this is Kalla signing out. See ya! Bye bye!